And here we stand, the sweet, arresting duality. And I come to, it's resin all over me. Will I awake? Will I get a ride with you in this race of two? We're an endless stream of choices with the softest murmur of voices. Without names we're fantasizing, dancing like flames, mesmerizing. A darkness quiet play and satiric harmonies, making waves and diving under, lightning to the sound of thunder. A darkness quiet singing such haunting melodies. So white, so still, so bright. It's almost too painful now. I'm ready to fight, to run from the light. And here now comes the sweet, corrupting reality. While now I'm free, will I once cease to be? Will I awake? Will I get a ride with you in this race of two? We are momentary masters. We're false kings and bastards. Without names we're fantasizing, dancing like flames, mesmerizing. A darkness quiet playing satiric harmonies, making waves and diving under, lightning to the sound of thunder. A darkness quiet singing such haunting melodies. We are marionettes by strings animated, yet like lovers of strings liberated. We are marionettes by strings animated, yet like lovers of strings liberated. Without names we're fantasizing. Without names we're fantasizing, dancing like flames, mesmerizing. My darkness quiet playing satiric harmonies, making waves and diving under, lightning to the sound of thunder. My darkness quiet singing such haunting melodies.
И так, мальчики и девочки, сегодня мы продолжим Alan Wake's American Nightmare проходить. В прошлый раз мы остановились на том, что прибыли в открытый кинотеатр. И здесь мы вроде бы должны встретиться уже непосредственно с главным антагонистом, мистером Скретчем. Наша задача в данный момент запустить освещение в этой вот будочке, чтобы из этой обворожительной дамочки изгнать тьму. Так, что нам по радио скажут?
Guys, you're on your comeback tour, and you're playing a lot of your classic material, but you've also got a new single out, right? How'd that come about? Was it hard to go back into the studio after such a long time?
Are you kidding me? They were chomping at the bit. They were just itching to stretch those creative muscles. Now, it had been a while because, you know, they spent a lot of time in,
Retirement. We were retired.
We were?
Yeah.
No. We were at the lodge and we escaped.
We were at the retirement,
retirement thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, really, once we got in the studio, things started happening. Now, the music has changed a little bit, and the boys were a little rusty, so it took us a while to find the right gear. But hey, once we got going, whew, boy, they kicked ass. And it's an awesome song. It's called Balance Slays the Demon, and seriously, I think it's their finest work. And hey, I should know, I produced it.
Oh, really? I didn't know you were a producer.
Well, this was my first time. I mean, they needed a little bit of guidance, you know what I mean? I mean, don't get me wrong, these guys are the best. But it's the 21st century, man. Things just sound a little different these days. So, you know, I kind of stepped in there, helped them make it sound all cool, kind of jazzed it up.
That sounds like a challenge.
Oh, no, it was really easy, man. I was just, you know, like, hey, give it a little zing, you know? Let's take it to another level so it really rips. You know, let's just throw some really sweet synths in. Like that, you know, just kicked it up a notch, but it's totally old gods.
Well, listeners, you can judge for yourselves. Here's Old Gods of Asgard and Balance Slays the Demon.
Oh, yeah.
Deep in the ocean of darkness, in the mirror of light, balance becomes a stranger, and in your fantasies, he rides a storm on your peace.
Блин, звучит как музыка из 80-х.
Beyond the shadow you settle for, there is a miracle illuminated.
The man has encountered this before. People whose integrity has been suborned by the insidious touch of the darkness. He has experienced it himself, but merciful light burned away the darkness in his brain.
Стоп, что-то мне сильно громко орёт в уши. Надо тише чуть-чуть. И надо тут, наверное, покопаться чуть-чуть в звуке. Да, пофиг, пусть так будет. На самом деле, вроде бы не очень громко. Воу. Что происходит? А, понятно, мудаки исполнились. Чё? О, луч правды. Чё, правда глаза режет? Да? Блин, реально... Фишка поливает пулями просто как из садового шланга. Я прям впечатлен этой штукой. Одна из лучших реализаций УЗИ. Тут у нас что? Требуется 30 страниц. Обрез. Я, кстати, там на карте где-то видел страничку, нет? Да. Там в здании где-то есть страница. В смысле, я на ней стою, да? Наверное. Снаружи здания, что ли? Пошли проверим. Ну да, валяется просто за мусорным баком.
My writer's block got worse. I didn't sleep much anymore. My life with Alice seemed like a constant fight. I was a wreck. Alice took steps. She booked a vacation in Bright Falls, a small town in Washington. It was supposed to be a chance to break out of the cycle I was in. She didn't know.
Заказала отдых, с которого все в итоге и началось. Вся эта херня. Отдохнули, как говорится. Так, второй у меня дробаш. О, вот он.
Mr. Hero's here. You ready to save the day?
А вот и мистер Скрэч. Хорош машинками кидаться, выходи и дерись как мужчина. Ой, это эти мудаки, которые разделяются. Посмотрим, как вы разделитесь от этого. Реально делятся, офигеть. Я думал, она их заваншотит, если честно. Заряжай. Огонь. Как хорошо в линию выстроились. Нет, 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 не пойдет. Доставай дробаш. Ну иди сюда. Вот так. Блин, я надеялся, что граната лучше на них подействует. Еще телевизор. Сейчас поглядим, что там показывают. Так, сохранится. Давай. Что кажут? Мистер Скрэч отжигает. Чувак, когда это записывал, тоже явно отжигал. Веселился по полной. Так, а где там включается электричество-то? Почему так далеко? О, охренеть, по проводам надо идти. Фиг знает куда. Естественно, это место будет кто-то охранять. Еще тебя лучом правды как посвечу в глаз. Ух. Мощах. Следующий. Подходи. Тут 120. Не хватает страницев. А тут можно штурмовую винтовку открыть. Надо больше листиков не собирать. Раз тут узишка такая клевая, то я думаю, штурмовая винтовка будет тоже хорошо так отжигать. Будет выстегивать только на раз. Я надеюсь, по крайней мере. Так, ну тут обязана быть какая-нибудь страничка где-нибудь в уголке. Угу. Хрен мне на воротник, а не страничку, я понял. Шли дальше. Где-то пикает что-то. Так, хоррор. Хоррор попер. Сейчас, если даже монитор потемнее сделаю. О, прям темень. О, куда? А ну лезьте обратно. Ты макака перелазь обратно. Тоже мне мигрант нелегальный. Ну обратно лезь в свою Мексику. Тебе здесь в Найт Спрингс не рады.
Alice, my wife. The best thing that ever happened to me. She smiles and the darkness lifts. For her, I've tried things I otherwise never would. I've never really minded if it's made me feel like a fool. She's a photographer, and the world she sees through her lenses is unique and beautiful. She has the vision. She sees things others don't and knows how to make them visible to everybody. She did it with me, too. She teased out things I was only vaguely aware of. She always saw me in the best possible light.
Я уже говорил, что с женой ему явно повезло. О, сейчас это говно живет, не? Я выглядела так. Ну что-то сейчас стопудово будет. Либо до того, как я включу, либо сразу после. Это же канон жанра.
Okay, I should be able to figure this out.
Пока не очень понятно. А. Вот так. О, ничего себе, тут цвета музыка какая. Не наглей, мужик. А если так? Это его не сильно впечатлило. Так, а меня током херанет, если я туда пойду. Да. Алло, выключайся давай. Я уж не буду придираться к тому, что электростанции так не работают, но да ладно. Что, типа мне пройти здесь надо? Так, закрыто. Собираем все. Эу! Не делай так у меня перед лицом. А зачем я сюда пришел? Понятно, зачем я сюда пришел. Тут секретная калитка. Потом в эту секретную калитку. И на выход. Опять ты. Воу. Какой-то гренадер появился. Что это было? Они теперь телепортироваться научились? А мне может гранатомет, не? Тоже хочу. Где это говно гренадерское? Он вообще лошара. Просто выстегнул. Такс. Да, я не перестаю удивляться, как вроде бы не сильно изменившийся геймплей стал намного бодрее. Врагов стало меньше, но они стали опаснее. И разнообразнее. О, не понял, почему взорвался. Я же в него не стрелял. Странные дела здесь творятся, однако. Что-то у меня такое ощущение, что и с УЗИшкой буду до конца игры ходить. Меня она прям впечатляет. Очень приятно с ним стрелять. Вижу на карте страничку.
It's been 2 years since I came here. Being
Два
that long
года.
without Alice breaks my heart. And I know it broke hers. I know she thinks I'm dead. How could I blame her for that? It would be a crime to pretend that she owes me anything. She took all the stupid, self-indulgent bullshit I brought into her life and still stood by me. Still loved me. It's no betrayal. But I'm a better person now than I used to be.
Мне интересно, а во второй части Элис будет фигурировать? Потому что это как раз вот один из краеугольных камней истории для меня, как бы. Воссоединятся ли они в итоге? Так. Слышу мудаков. Вижу мудаков. Убиваю мудаков. Хороший план. Блин, ну что-то они фальшфейр понерфили однозначно. Раньше он намного больше выжигал, конечно, тьмы. Нет, батарейки не кончайся. Мужик, я новую обойму даже зарядил. А, еще. Да, я рано сказал, что врагов стало меньше. Очень рано. Я понял, надо доставать что-то посолиднее. А, ну то есть их теперь... Они по-другому еще прокачали боевку. То есть теперь флешка не убивает их полностью. То есть она полностью выжигает тьму, но именно физическую оболочку она не убивает, как это было в оригинале. Так, ща я тебя светом божьим лечить буду.
No, don't. Oh, it's not. It's you. Did you help me?
Looks like you're feeling better now.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. I don't know what happened. There was this guy.
Before you say anything, I know I look like him, but I'm not.
Don't worry. You just don't feel anything like he does. He was in my head. I feel like I need to take 50 showers.
Where is he?
That asshole wanted to get into the projector booth. He was talking about fixing things so the sun never comes up. God, it didn't seem that weird when he was saying it. It sounded really good at the time.
You weren't yourself. The projector booth. That sounds about right. I need to get in there.
I have the access code for the door. Here.
Thanks.
I'm just glad you showed up now. He said he'd be back after he'd arranged for some security.
Do you feel up to telling me what's going on here?
We have an art exhibition here, supposed to open tomorrow. I'm the curator. My name's Serena Valdivia.
Alan Wake.
Holy shit, it is you. I've seen you on the big screen. I know your wife.
You know Alice? Wait. Big screen.
Yeah, we have a film from her here. What the hell happened to you?
Getting back to Alice.
Oh, God, yeah, sorry. It's quite a coincidence that you're here. She made this short film. She shot it years ago. You're in it. It's a part of the exhibition.
I'm in a film?
Yeah, it's like... it's just footage she shot of you at some point, but she turned it into this thing. It's almost like a memorial of sorts, because, you're supposed to be dead, or something.
Uh-huh. How's Alice? Is she all right?
She's okay, I guess, all things considered. I know her pretty well. You're really Alan? I can't believe you're here. Nobody knows what happened to you. But there are people who say they've seen you.
That wasn't me. He just looks the same. Like,
Yeah, but that guy's a lot more slimy. The thought of him makes me... I hate him, but there's something about him, this... God, he's so creepy. Anyway, you're not like him. At all. I hope you can stop him.
Да, остановлю, куда он денется нахер. Он от моей мсти никуда не денется. Моя мстя будет страшна.
That's the security system? I guess it was too much to hope for an alarm and a fat rent-a-car.
Ну ни хрена себе охранная система. Так, а как мы уничтожим эти фонтаны? Если я кину под него фальшфейер, сработает? Ай, последний патрон. Сработает. Где-то еще, наверное, есть. За патрончиками сгонять. Я знаю, есть тут одна точка, где барыжат патронами. Ага, еще класс. Так, сейчас я пока буду с ними воевать, сразу сюда закину херну. Пусть горит по тихой грусти. Да, фальшфейеры слабоваты. А, вот так даже, да? То есть, если расхерачить фонтан, мудаки исчезнут. Принимается. Такие правила игры мне нравятся. Я подозреваю, что вот здесь где-то 6/3 вылезет, да. Так, ну а мы сейчас это по-другому сделаем. Нахер фальшфейеры, если есть флешки. Охранная система выключена.
The champion of light can feel the fragment of the signal in his pocket, the weapon that can change what will be. It's incomplete, but it's all he has.
Это было поздно ночью, лето почти закончилось. Death Rally. Том Депойт. Томас Зейн. Переключить. Что можно переключить? Нужно вентилятором щелкать. Так, совместить сцену. Ага, это было поздно вечером. Что там? Это было поздно ночью. В целом подходит. А, это 11 AM. AM не подходит. (9 PM). А, ну вот, в целом, вот это сойдет. Это январь, я так понимаю. Январь нас не устраивает. Май это разгар, лето. Август сгодится. А, ну и оно реагирует, когда ты делаешь правильный выбор.
You've been up to something, haven't you? Too bad it's not gonna do any good. I'm a better you than you ever will be, and I've got all the time in the world. Everything you've got's going to be mine. Your life. Your wife! What are you gonna do about it? The sun's never coming up now. I could keep this up forever. Show yourself! Whatever you say, buddy.
The rush of darkness is unstoppable. Time itself twists and tears, sweeping the champion of light back with its dark currents. Again, he enters the world, but now he sees the trap for what it is, a maze that loops back into itself.
I'm here again. He sent me back.
Ну что же, здравствуй, петля времени.
In Bright Falls, I was constantly under attack by birds that were more shadow than flesh and feathers. But this is an evolution. Some of the Taken were actually capable of turning into a flock of birds to escape my attacks and turning back into human form to make surprise
еще одного
attacks.
нового противника. Почему их всех, блин, не было в первой части? Они бы херенно туда вписались. Как говорится, живи, умри и снова. Угу, вижу паутину. Значит, сейчас будут сучьи пауки лезть.
Oh, not birds again.
Ну да, не зря ж нам их тизерили.
The hell?
Блин, вот почему их не было в первой части? Ну, возможно, потому что они слишком шустрые для первой части. Первая часть была медлительная. Но все равно, вот, казалось бы, на одном и том же месте они делают разнообразие врагов.
I'm trapped in the darkness. He has started appearing to me. Mr. He can travel back into the world effortlessly, and he loves to rub my face in it. At first, he was just an echo in the darkness, a flicker beyond the edge of my vision. Now he started showing himself, getting bolder all the time, telling me what a great time he's having in the world while I'm stuck here, and what he plans to do, especially to Alice. All the moves I have left are dangerous and desperate. I have no choice. I have to hunt him.
Это, конечно, слегка, скажем так, заезженный троп про злого двойника. Прям совсем самую малость чуточку заезженный. Но все равно сделано неплохо, на самом деле. Опять эти воробушки сраные. Ой, идите вы нахер. Че, как взорву вас бочкой. Будете знать, как летать надо мной. Так, теперь я могу это. У меня уже с лихвой хватает 10 страничек. Я могу открыть магнум. Посмотреть, что там за магнум.
I don't make friends easily. I know plenty of people, but I don't let most of them close. I've known Barry Wheeler ever since we were little boys. We had the time of our lives. I'd get us in trouble, and he'd talk us out of it. Things haven't changed that much now that we're grown-ups. He's the most loyal and dependable person I've ever met, and all the things that count anyway. You could call him a weasel, and you wouldn't be entirely wrong. You could call him a clown, and I would reluctantly agree. But he has never let me down.
He has never let me down. Звучит как строчка из песни. Сейчас сгоняем туда, в трубу эту, под дорогой, где магнум лежит. Хочу его пощупать. Так, а тут что? Все то же самое, что было до этого? Ну да, автомат. Блин, эти сундучки, такая отсылка на это криминальное чтиво. Там открывается, и там такой свет. О, ракетница. Ракетница, это хорошо. Давай, испытаем. Что он может. Магнум. Пока что мне нравится узишка. Посмотрим, что может Магнум. Сейчас пойдем послушаем, что нам мистер Скретч расскажет в телевизоре.
Okay. So this chick just came up to me and said she's my biggest fan. I know. They all say that, right? And she's giving me the eye. So I make a couple of moves. We have a couple of drinks. And then things start happening. But I say I have to go to the bathroom first. Uh-oh, right? She's got no idea. Watch this. This is gonna be priceless.
Я немного не пойму, типа он выбрался в реальный мир и творит это все в реальном мире. Или нет?
That's nice.
I thought you'd like that. Are you tense? You feel a little tense.
Maybe a little. I had a crappy day.
Yeah?
Don't worry. It's improving real fast.
Yeah.
Hey, don't stop. It's just getting good.
Watch this.
Ну и мудак.
Did you see that? Oh man, did you see her? Boom!
Animals. It's in our nature to imagine, to turn fantasies into legends, to be storytellers. But on a rare occasion, the line between fiction, imagination, and reality.
Блин, когда они это снимали, актер, конечно, отрывался. Ну и все. Все. Открываем еще страничку. Night Springs.
Night Springs doesn't exist. It's a fictional town from the TV show I used to work on. It was Any Place USA, a place we used as a backdrop for whatever strange story we had that week. One of the stories I wrote for the show involved a man, the champion of light, fighting his evil double, the herald of darkness. It was something I'd written back in the real world, something I had a link to, a framework I could build on. I had adapted it into a new story. This story.
Ну да, он взял свою старую историю из сценария. И переписал ее под себя.
People, it's Eddie Rodman here with a few hours to kill, and there's nobody I'd rather spend them with. Nobody else in the whole world. Oh boy, that'll land me in hot water when I get back home, won't it? Well, just in case my wife is listening, and you always are, aren't you, baby? Let me tell you, you are...
Emma? You here?
Well, I'd really like to spend some quality time with you listeners, because, you know, tonight's one of those nights. You're sitting in the studio and you kind of forget how long it's been or what day it is. You just sit here and go through the motions. You might as well have been here forever. You keep talking, but you don't even know what you're saying. It's like you're on automatic. You can't stop the ride and get off. It's times like these that I really wish that somebody would just call in and relieve my boredom. How about it? Anybody? Come on now, help a fella out. Our lines are open.
Окей, еще найдем. Телефон позвоним. Так, вот еще где-то страничка. Она, видать, здесь. В комнате. Но ключи у меня стопудово забрали, да. Надо все это получать заново. Где там наша автомеханица?
Wow, it is you. I guess all of it really happened.
You remember me?
Kind of. I felt weird all day, like I could almost remember a dream I had, and then just before sunset, I remembered the page.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go get those things again.
Not all of them. I went out and got them. Well, most of them. I felt stupid at first, but then it was getting dark, and those things started showing up, and one of them made off with the battery. It ran into the railroad tunnel. There was no way I was gonna follow him in there. Sorry.
It's good you didn't. You should be careful. I mean, really careful.
Yeah, I kinda remember something. Something bad happened to me, didn't it?
Forget it. It doesn't have to happen again, okay? Just do what I say.
Yeah, okay. God, this is too weird. Am I going crazy here? Just go get that battery.
Try to stay calm. You're perfectly sane. We're caught in a time loop. That's why this is happening again.
I believe you. God, I feel like I might just lose it any second now. How come you're not freaking out over this?
Because on my personal weird shit-o-meter, this just doesn't rate.
I know something happened to me before...
You're gonna be okay, if you just keep cool, okay? Thanks for getting this stuff for me. It's a big
Говорит,
help.
по моему личному термометру это просто 0 баллов.
Blow up at the oil field again?
I have to.
Well, whatever the hell else you might be, at least you're not boring.
Just the battery. That'll save time.
Видите, они это... срезали, так сказать, путь. Теперь. А можно позвонить на радио? Тебе во второй раз не надо повторять прям все. Так, я вижу фальшфейер. Фальшфейер — это хорошо. Это мы берем. Так, выглядит страничка. Страничка, покажись.
Now Night Springs is in Arizona, although not for long. It's in Arizona because whatever the town that has become Night Springs is really called is located near one of the thin, worn places in the world where dreams and reality flow together and life is always a little strange. Perfect analogy for Night Springs. I can't return to the real world. I've tried, but I'm operating on dream logic, forcing the door open a crack so I can slip through. I can enter the strange little town of Night Springs. All I
Вот
did was
это
put
вот
it in Arizona for one
одна
night.
записочка, она прям очень много дает сюжету. Она прям проливает свет на то, что здесь происходит. То есть он как бы взял эпизод телесериала, который сам
Well, this
написал,
should be perfectly safe.
городок из него взял и своей писательской магией, и, находясь в темной обители, типа на одну ночь перенес этот городок в реальность. И сам туда попал. То есть он вроде как не попал в реальный мир. Типа он попал только в выдуманную историю из Night Springs. Но при этом сам Night Springs в этот момент находится в реальном мире в Аризоне. Сгори, мразь. Блин, у меня даже обидно как-то за пауков. Хотя я их вообще терпеть не могу. У меня долбаная, как он там, арахнофобия, наверное. Но мне даже как-то обидно, что пауков сделали такими лохами. В этой игре пауки вообще никакие. Я помню, как они меня коробили в этом. В Темном Мессии. Вот там были пауки, так пауки. Они прям дико напрягали. Они огромные, такие реалистичные, мохнатые. Там были. А тут козявки. Ни о чем вообще. Так что вы бойтесь меня, а не я вас. На самом деле, в сеттинге, где главное оружие это свет, как круто бы смотрелся световой меч, не? Или лазерное оружие. Я помню в таком AA или даже игре Б-класса Obscure, такой хоррор а-ля Resident Evil про... Ну ты извращенец. Вот, я помню в Obscure, в первой части, там в конце игры можно было раздобыть лазерную пушку. Там типа, какая-то лазерная такая экспериментальная установка из университета. Там тоже была тема со светом. И вот она прям выжигала, тоже очень круто. Ну, по чистой эффективности обоймы, в целом Магнум хорош. То есть 2 выстрела труп, 2 выстрела труп. То есть 4 трупа с одного барабана. В целом неплохо. Потому что с одной обоймы УЗИшки ты 4 типов не вынесешь. Тебе тупо патронов не хватит. Но с нее зато стрелять очень кайфово.
Found the battery.
Okay, I'll charge it.
Ты будешь заряжать его разводным ключом?
Here. Try not to get killed.
Okay. I'm gonna take care of this. Try to stay calm.
Look, what if you stay here with me, please?
I'm sorry, but if I don't deal with this, no one else will.
Yeah, I guess. It's just that this is getting really creepy. I believe this is real, but I don't understand any of it. I'm getting
Блин, а
scared.
что, нет возможности ее
I can't believe
спасти?
you're so calm.
I get scared.
Даже грань будущего, петля
I've had a
времени.
lot of time to get used to it. That helps. The guy who looks like me is the reason this is happening. I caught up with him, but he swept me back here.
Back in time.
Yeah, it's a trap. We'll be
Back in
doing this
time.
forever unless I can break out of it.
How are you gonna do that?
I'm working on it. I came prepared, but things got kind of scrambled when I arrived. I'm tracking down the things I need.
Yeah, well, feel free to climb back into your DeLorean or whatever it is you do.
Блин, на самом деле, чтобы понимать, я думаю, что вот в этом аддоне, наверное, это можно назвать. Полноценной игрой я как-то не могу это назвать. Я думаю, что здесь невероятное количество отсылок на кинопроизведения всякие. И надо просто быть в теме, чтобы это все понимать. Что-то мы понимаем, конечно, как тот же DeLorean. Но я думаю, мы далеко не во все это проникли во все эти отсылочки. Ну, понятно, что сериал Night Springs это оммаж к американскому сериалу «Сумеречная зона». Хорош скакать. Офигеть, 6 патронов с магнума. Хорошо, что здесь патроны везде валяются. Просто такой это, прям экшен. Ну не зря Remedy же, блин, они всегда делали экшены. Тот же Max Payne. Квантовый сломал. Контроль. И все вот это. Там же экшены прям. У них из не экшенов как раз это только Alan Wake, по сути. Ну, давай. Покажись, мудак. Блин, прикольный враг, если бы он еще это... Я только не пойму, он в виде птиц может нападать, или это просто такой у него способ передвижения? Так, вентиль был. Огни мерцали, музыка и вентиль. Ставим вентиль и открываем подачу нефти. Что тут все горело. Врубаем саундтрек. Блин, не могли этот поставить туда сабвуфер с усилителем, чтобы тут качало прям? А то что-то как слабенько. Жми, писака! Жми! Блин, ну почему песню дальше не крутят? И все. Такой классный трек зажали. Батарейка села. О любви у нашей села батарейка. Блин, по чистой эффективности Магнум прикольный. Но по ощущениям не очень, если честно. Чистого кайфа от стрельбы УЗИшка дает больше. Бум! Блин, ну да, конечно, вот они понерфили флешку очень сильно. А! Он меня рижиком заножил. Мудила. Блин, какой эффект клевый от выстрела. Ага, прям крутое. Еще. Ай, блядь, их же нельзя светить. Их нельзя светить. Иначе они разделятся, а мне не надо этого. Надо этих мудил просто стрелять. Патроны. Это мой магнум. А главное... Ай, блядь! Только хотел сказать, главное не засветить в него, и засветил в него. Последний патрон. Не хватило. Ну ладно. И опять не хватило. Да что ж такое? Хрен тебе. Блять, того зацепил опять. Не, ну дробовик ничего так. Магнум тоже ничего. В целом. Но я думаю, все-таки верну назад УЗИшку. Она прикольная. Чисто по кайфу. Где она?
I got a really bad feeling about all of this.
I'm gonna need those keys to the diner now. There's a motel key there that I have to get.
Oh, hey, you don't have to do that. I have the motel master key. I work for the same company, you know. What's at the motel?
Well, there's a dead guy. He's got something I need to get into the Mount Redtooth Observatory.
God, that's awful. Hey, you wanted to know about the guy who looked like you, didn't you?
The last time you said he had a party, but you didn't go.
No, that's not true. I did go. It was really great at first, and then I didn't see it myself.
Ах ты маленькая врунья. Говорит, я не пошла.
Pretty bad, and there was this girl, she died. But I didn't hear about that until afterwards. I thought that he was so charming.
And then he went to the diner.
That's right. I wasn't involved with that at all. I don't know what happened.
Fine. I need to check out these motel rooms. In the meantime, you stay here, okay? I'm serious. Keep the lights on and stay here.
Yeah, okay. You got it. I sure hope you're right about this.
You're gonna stay here this time, right?
Because the last time I didn't, and that thing, whatever it is, happened to me.
Yeah. I don't want you to get hurt again.
Don't worry, I'm gonna stay put. I don't remember what happened exactly, but I learned my lesson.
Good. It doesn't have to happen exactly the same way this time around. You proved that much when you went out and got those things for me. I think you're gonna be okay.
Let's hope you're right.
Я тоже буду надеяться, она миленькая. Твою мать.
Emma Sloan and fills her with dread. This time, she does as she's told. It's not enough to save her.
Ну, блин, я надеюсь, в следующий раз нам удастся как-то ее спасти. Так, мастер-ключ. Я, типа, вообще все двери могу теперь открыть, нет?
My own face peered back at me from the TV screen. For a moment, I struggled with the sensation of déjà vu. How many times have I seen myself like this now? And then there was that easy grin that never seemed quite as quick or natural on my own lips. The dark, malicious twinkle in the eyes. And I knew who I was looking at. As he pulled back and revealed the room behind him, my throat went dry. There was nothing.
Так, патроны ракетница. Патроны ракетницы будем копить. Это, все заходы. И под конец будем из нее херачить, как из БФГ. Я думаю, может все равно сбегать в дайнер. Посмотреть, может там записочка есть. Хотя мне теперь по квесту туда уже не надо.
Alice and Barry, my wife and my best friend, are easily the two most important people in my life. And they've never really gotten along with each other. I suppose both of them resent the other's intrusions into what they considered their domain. After I was gone, they maintained an uneasy truce. My book stayed in print, still selling, the licensing machine churned away. She was my wife and controlled the intellectual property. He was my agent and took care of the business. I wish they found more common ground than that.
То есть, получается, с конца первой части прошло 2 года. Интересно, а живет этот атом наверху или нет в этот раз? Ну да, я же говорил, есть записочка. Только вопрос в том, есть ли у меня ключ от закусочной, ведь она мне его не давала. А, понятно, нету. Но записка тут на веранде лежит.
With all the herbs, crystals, and the rest of her New Age paraphernalia, Emma Sloan had been called a hippie and a freak and worse. It was that small-town mentality. She was a female mechanic, and even in 2011, there were always going to be backward shit-kickers who thought that was a hoot. She didn't mind. She could deal. She could take any engine apart, even the new ones with all the computers in them. It turned out that these boys were awful polite while waiting for her to put them back together.
Ей было все равно, она знала свое дело. Она могла разобрать на части любой двигатель, даже новый, со всеми этими компьютерными деталями. Все насмешники становились страшно вежливыми, ожидая, пока она соберет его обратно. Ну, так и смейся над женщиной-механиком. Разберет тебе машину до последнего винтика. Будешь потом вежливо ждать, пока она его соберет. Еще заплатишь. Воу-воу-воу. Вас тут быть не должно. Я помню, в прошлый раз вас тут не было. Не-не-не-не-не, где моя красная штука? Надо пушку посолиднее. Выстегивать сразу толпы. А я разве не уклонился? Почему я не уклонился? Хорош. Мне просто интересно, вот если я, допустим, в первый заход на эту локацию где-то пропустил записочку и не взял ее, то есть это все? Я ее потерял. То есть во второй заход оно все обновилось, и ее там уже не будет, да? Или я могу, условно, дособирать записки, не взятые в прошлый заход. На новом круге петли. Блин, на самом деле я люблю временные петли. Вот тут только вчера досмотрел этот. Второй сезон Локи. Там тоже была петля. Так. Везде я побывал. Поискал странички. Ладно. На стриме уже не буду упарываться в поиск страниц. Хотя пушки хотелось бы все открыть. Испытать их. Так, это у нас ключ от обсерватории. То есть все, это финал уровня. Сейчас чуть-чуть я пробегусь. Блин, карты не хватает. Уровни, конечно, мизерные, но было бы неплохо, если бы открыть карту и прям посмотреть, где что лежит. Чтобы понимать, есть тут записки, нету, стоит бегать в поисках, нет. Ну и, кстати, эти 2 года, которые Алан провел в темной обители, он явно не пропускал день ног и кардио качал. Потому что бегать стал намного дольше. Так, дайнер понятно. В первой части за это время он уже 4 раза запыхался. Это я помню, как стебались над этим. Над детективом в Evil Within. Что он там тоже... Его стамины хватает на 0,3 секунды бега. Он вот просто пробежал 4 шага, все, усталь. Больше не может. Да нет, наверное, уже нет ничего больше. Еще я прям угорал в Изыне, в первом с этой штуки. Там просто была такая, с одной стороны клевая, с другой стороны слегка раздражающая механика с тем, что там трупы могли встать. То есть ты валишь зомби, он лежит, а потом может встать. Либо просто идешь по уровню, лежит зомбак, он может встать, а может не встать. И у тебя есть спички. Ты можешь типа с собой носить спички, чтобы сжигать лежащие трупы. Но максимальное количество переносимых спичек, это надо прокачивать. То есть, чтобы до гениального детектива дошла идея, что с собой можно носить больше 3 спичек за раз, надо прокачаться. На самом деле, Evil Within первая, особенно, очень крутая игра. Особенно, прям особенно для тех, кто в нее ни разу не играл. То есть для первого прохождения прям очень классно. Кривущая, сука, как падла. Но прикольно. Это, знаешь, такая это... японская кривая игра с душой. Вторая часть, она уже более вылизанная, такая более гламурная. Более американизированная. В ней души чуть поменьше, зато чуть побольше удобства.
But for this man, it's no longer entirely true. A weaker man might simply give up, but the champion of light is an expert on destiny. Sometimes the puppet and puppeteer can be one and the same.
Вот, кстати, территорию обсерватории я в прошлый раз довольно плохо обследовал. Как бы первый уровень я хорошо исследовал, а следующий вообще слабенько. Надо чуть-чуть получше по ним побегать.
Its top littered with man-made eyes that stare into the endless depths of space. Tonight, the champion of light will depend on them to pick out a message from the ether.
Я так понимаю, мне надо просто в итоге в эту обсерваторию попасть несколько раз, чтобы и каждый раз получать вот этот сигнал из космоса, и в нем будут указаны...
The man remembers the patterns. He knows that he needs the missing part for the telescope.
I better find Dr. Meadows' car. That's where the camera should be.
То есть каждый раз он будет получать новую часть кода, условно, который надо будет потом воспроизвести в кинотеатре. Ай-яй-яй-яй! Ах вы анальные бродильщики. С заднего хода ко мне решили зайти? Ну, выйдет. Хулиганы. Я вам сейчас жопу солью-то понастреляю. Ух, хулиганы, будете знать, как в мои огороды лазить. Так, что тут за пушечка? Оу! Да, я как-то не обратил внимания, что музыка-то еще идет. Охотничья винтовка. Ну дай попробуем. Конечно, бегать со снайперкой в ближнем бою такая себе идея. Ну давай посмотрим, что из этого выйдет.
The atmosphere in the projection booth at the drive-in was charged, almost unreal. Despite that, the air felt cool and refreshing this late at night. It'd been a hot day. The summer was nearing its end, but it wasn't
ну
over
это как
yet.
раз то, что мы получили в прошлый раз с телескопа.
There are places where our world is worn thin, and another reality brushes against ours. One such site is Cauldron Lake near Bright Falls, Washington. But there are others. That other reality is dark, vast, and malleable, always in flux. In its depths dwell vast forces and alien energies. They're dangerous. But in one of these places, if you know how, You can channel the power of that place.
Ну, вот так вот он и притащил Найт Спрингс в реальность. В каком-то маленьком городке в Аризоне.
I've seen the enemy, and it's me. I've faced dark horrors before, things that live in the unimaginable pressures of the world beyond our own. Sometimes they masquerade as humans. That's what ultimately lurks inside Mr. He's every mean-spirited tabloid story about me, an evil caricature, a creature formed in that vague territory of misconceptions, half-truths, and the dark imagination of people who heard a story about me. An urban legend made flesh, a serial killer, my dark half, brought to life by the power of Cauldron Lake.
Ну вот, опять же, тоже клише, так сказать, про писателя-серийного убийцу. Это довольно распространенная штука в литературе, в кинематографе. В целом, как бы в Алане Вейке не сильно уникальный лор и сюжет. Вернее как, он в целом уникальный, просто он составлен из большого количества штампов. Штамп сам по себе это неплохо. Его можно использовать по-разному.
It needed words. It needed me to write its way into our world. She was leverage, a hostage. I complied, but with a twist. I put in a loophole that gave me a chance to fight back. I was hunted by shadowy enemies, but I faced the darkness. I fought it with light. I drove it back. I saved Alice, but it came with a cost. I was trapped in the dark place below Cauldron Lake.
Ну вот здесь еще через записочки пересказываются те события первой части. Вот, теперь мы уже знаем, что нам эта камера понадобится, поэтому мы ее сразу по пути к доктору заберем. Опять они. Ой, какая скорость перезарядки печальная. Ну, вернее, как, не скорость перезарядки, скорострельность. Но и скорость перезарядки тоже. Блин, но урон, конечно, да. Ладно, сейчас побегаем. В целом, будем бегать с новым оружием. Почему бы нет? В конце концов, со старым мы уже бегали. Теперь побегаем снова. Будем в каждом забеге по возможности менять пушки. Так, послушаем радиопередачу.
Pretty little light just started blinking on my board here, and that means there's a caller out there. You know, when the hours stretch into eternity like this, when it feels like I'm stuck in a rut and just reliving the same endless night over and over again, I feel genuinely touched by someone actually reaching out to me, breaking the monotony. I just want you to know that it really matters to me. Caller, you're on the air. You suck, Eddie! Did you know that this is my dream job? True fact?
When Dr. Rachel Meadows got the call from Michael, telling her to hurry to the observatory, she didn't waste any time. It had been a nice party. She'd had a good time, but her social life would always play second fiddle to the mysteries of space. Michael never showed up, of course. He pulled over at the wrong rest stop. She never even thought about him at the time. The phenomenon in the sky above her was too fascinating.
Да, очень завораживающе. Тебе через телескоп каким-то образом поступает сигнал с текстом. О, да. хрен тебе. Надо тут получше все осмотреть. В поисках страничек. Я, конечно, 100% сюда еще буду возвращаться. Мне же надо будет опять, я думаю, вентили крутить.
After my disappearance, they thought I was dead. I might as well have been. I know it's been 2 years. I know Alice has moved on. I've tried to find a way back to her, back to my life, but escaping the dark place is almost impossible. Time does strange things here, but dreams and radio signals can pierce the veil between the worlds. I catch glimpses and echoes of the world. Sometimes I send messages out. I can only pray that they hear them. The Taken may well be the tool the darkness favors over any other. At some point, they used to be human, but whatever humanity they once had is long gone. Now they're just shells covered and filled by darkness. The Taken Mr. throws at me are more grotesque and varied than the ones I first encountered in Bright Falls. But I know how to deal with them. I'd be lying if I said they don't frighten me. But I've survived worse. I can't let them stop me.
Я не могу сказать, что они меня не пугают, но я уже одержимую собаку съел на их убийстве, так что... Так, ну тут вряд ли будет записочка. Я думаю, радар бы покрыл такую территорию. Опять. Так, вот их надо валиться в снопы. У них очень много хп. Бля, ну скорострельность прям вообще не впечатляет. Похоже, все-таки от снайпы придется отказаться. Ну, конечно, мощно. И дистанция боя у нее высокая. Но скорострельность подводит. Пока врагов мало, она прям очень эффективная. А когда их набегает, тут уже особо не разгонишься с ней. Ага, вот еще страничка. Так, там я взял камеру для телескопа.
Stories come naturally to us. We can't help it. There are many different worlds, many competing realities within our heads, fueled by books, television, even barely remembered childhood tales. There's an endless supply of fictional concepts more familiar to us than anything or anyone real. We have a far greater connection to the fictional characters we know and love than the random people we pass on the street. Our destinies and inspirations are shaped by lies, myths, and fables.
Это точно. Блин, может с этим? С карабином походить? Что я как-то его быстро сменил на дробовик. И не впечатлился особо. Даже не распробовал. Сейчас попробую. Чуть побегать с карабином, посмотрим. Что он из себя представляет?
It's you. How dare you? No
unlock the door.
Thanks.
Это же ты, то есть это не ты, но это ты, который не ты. Точно, заходи.
I know what you're thinking. Evil twin, supernatural powers. But most of the time, I just like to keep things basic. I want you to understand that. Like this. Need to get your hands dirty? No batteries, no moving parts, just physics. That's technology you can depend
О, у
on.
меня такой был.
It's a classic. Speaking of classics, you need to be careful with this one, though. If the victim suddenly twists, you might end up cutting yourself. It's not really a workhorse, but I'm a sucker for this style. Now this is more like it. You've got slip-resistant grip. Believe me, you really want that traction once you're wrist deep in somebody. The blade's stiff enough so it won't open by accident in your pocket, but it's still really easy to open with just one hand. Now that's a big thing for me. I know what you're thinking. It's too big, too heavy. But sometimes you just need the extra oomph. If you're talking intimidation, this is gonna do the job. Also great for dismemberings and whatnot. You know, the messy jobs. I can't tell you how many things I've MacGyvered with this stuff. Okay, now guns. Not a big fan. I mean, how are you supposed to really connect with somebody with a bullet? I want you to understand that. I take pride in what I do. We can't both be worthless hacks, can we?
Ну, я не бесполезный. Я умею стрелять из винтовки.
You'll have to forgive me, but this feels very strange. It seems like this has all happened before.
I have the replacement part for your telescope, Doctor.
All right. Let's get it installed. I think we can give this a go, although I have this strange feeling that something will
Don't
go
start
wrong.
it up yet. There's a problem with the coolant system.
Yes, that's right. I remember. All right, let me think. If they're sabotaging it, they'll be at the primary coolant pipe outside. If you can secure it, we should be ready to pick up the signal. That is why you're here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'll take care of it.
Before you go, if you have the time, I'd appreciate if you came up here and explained a few things. All of this is very strange to me.
Ладно, давай поболтаем. С рыжей докторшей в черном платье я никогда не против поболтать.
Hello.
I don't quite know what's going on, but I seem to remember having had this encounter before.
It's not deja vu, Doctor. This has happened before. We're caught in a time loop.
That's utterly insane. How could that be?
I can't really explain it. I suppose I could call it magic.
I don't believe in magic.
Neither do I. But I can't argue with what I've experienced. Listen, what matters now is the signal. The last time we only caught a part of it. I need the rest of it. Whether you believe me or not, you want to look into this as much as I do, right?
Yes. All right.
I realize that you have trouble believing this.
That's an understatement. I can't deny that what you say resonates with me on some level I don't pretend to understand. But for all I know, I'm simply delusional.
But it's not just you. I've experienced the same thing as you. Doesn't that prove something, at least?
Maybe. On the other hand, given your appearance, and the fact that you're trying to convince me that I'm not insane, perhaps you're merely a hallucination that accompanies my delusions.
You're not having a psychotic episode, Doctor. For what it's worth, I'm a skeptic by nature. I completely understand your reluctance to believe me.
There are people caught so deep in their psychosis that they retroactively manufacture memories and beliefs that conform to the situation at hand.
Sure, but you have to stop second-guessing yourself at some point, if you want to get something done.
Блин, самое интересное, что вот эта подставка, вот этот механизм для телескопа больше, чем сам телескоп. Типа сам телескоп — это вот эта белая трубка, вот эта вся большая херня для его удержания. Странная какая-то конструкция. Закрепить основные трубы. В смысле закрепить? Я думал, мне надо отпинать тех, кто хочет их сломать. И ничего не закреплять. Да в целом карабин неплох. Что-то я как-то его раньше недооценивал. Просто, скорее всего, расход патронов высоковат. О! Как они туда попали? О, да. Нет, 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 нет. Встань, встань. Так, чуть гренадер сразу. О, нормально, своего завалил. Вожуха, мужик. Ну да, в целом карабин прикольный. Блин, насколько же условная здесь анимация перезарядки.
These beings hate the light, am I correct? You should be able to turn on the lights and secure the area that way.
Doctor, can you hear me? I think we're good to go.
All right. I'll start looking for the signal. Please, head back.
Ага, теперь мне надо воевать с машиной. Это... Нет? В смысле? Она была одержима, а потом резко перестала быть одержимой. Странно. Воу-воу-воу-воу. Чё так делаешь? Не делай так. Блин, ты говно кидается предметами. Блин, я только хотел сказать, но почему-то только маленькими. Хрен там. Блин, а где? Килка далеко. отбиваться тут. Тут, по идее, меня не достали. Так, все сжарил, ну? Не, еще фигня осталась. Все, теперь зажарил всех. А, нет, еще не есть. Блин, еще один генератор ожил. Нет, 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 над головой. Отлично. Да хорош! Серьезно. Внимание. Какого хрена? Работай! Блин. Ай! Батарейки кончаются. Впервые с начала игры. Да, я же уклонялся. Боевой дробовик, 40 страниц, у меня 30 с копейками. Ну, на следующий заход откроем. Не-не-не-не-не-не-не, не надо мне тут взрываться под ногами. А, короче, одни гренадеры. О, да, побежал. От меня не убежишь. Пусти меня. Я починил трубы.
Find the signal?
Yes. I don't think it's quite the same thing we had, the last time. Still, we're definitely picking it up.
Are we getting the complete signal now?
I'm afraid not. Take a look at it yourself. I'm printing out a hard copy now. I'd like to ask you a question or two before that, though. If you don't mind.
What's on your mind, Doctor?
Most people would find these events extremely disturbing, provided that they survive these creatures, that is. You seem to be quite adept at dealing with the situation. Why is that?
Yes. I was involved in... It's a complex story. I was in this small town, and a horrible thing from another dimension kidnapped my wife and manipulated me into writing this horror story that came true. I learned to fight it with light, and I managed to contain it and free my wife. But I was trapped in its world.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. So, I'm used to reality working in strange or even impossible ways. And I fought these things, not exactly like this, but close enough for a good while now. Of course, I have certain advantages. Was there anything else?
What did you mean when you said you have advantages?
At the risk of sounding like a lunatic, reality is much more fluid than people think. It can be influenced.
I didn't take you for a mystic.
I'm not. I'm a writer. And under certain conditions, I can, for lack of a better word, rewrite reality. Change things.
That's absurd.
But it works.
Assuming I believe this, why don't you simply, I don't know, write yourself some superpowers?
It's not quite that simple. You need to follow certain laws of drama, I suppose. You need to think about consistency and symbolism. Often what you write isn't anywhere near as important as what you imply. There are things out there that will take advantage of your mistakes.
You really believe in this?
Don't look at me like that. You've experienced some of this yourself.
I will gladly admit that something exceedingly strange is going on. But this idea that you're somehow altering reality with your writing is ridiculous. You're essentially saying you're controlling my actions. Leaving aside the rational arguments against this, what gives you the right?
Well, it's more like having a destiny. A path you're on. You're not aware of it, but there it is. If somebody changes it, what difference does it make? It's what every writer does. If you write something that affects one of the characters, they don't really know about that.
I'm not a character. Are you saying that it's all right to take advantage of someone if they aren't aware of it?
Look, all I meant was that if you're genuinely making all your own decisions, and those decisions lead to whatever destiny you have, what practical difference does it make?
I suppose that depends on whether our destinies are determined by things like physics and probabilities, or natural reality, which is presumably neutral and impartial, or by some kind of an intelligence. If it's the latter, that intelligence makes choices based on some criteria. If we suffer as a result of those choices, there's a moral and ethical element involved, regardless of whether we're aware of its manipulations. Wouldn't you agree?
You're taking this very well. I thought you'd be hangry.
I suppose I would be if I thought you could actually do this.
Если бы я тебе поверила, я просто злилась, а так пофиг.
Another printout. Another signal fragment. The message is still not complete, but it's another piece of the weapon he has built against his adversary. Mere words on a piece of paper, but in the right hands, they will hold back the darkness. The last time the man came to the drive-in, it did not end well. He hopes to avoid that fate this time. He hopes that what he has brought with him to this place is enough.
Ну, посмотрим, будет ли этого достаточно. Ну, не зря решил назад вернуться. Лежит бумажка.
The Taken were always single-minded. They had a certain animal cunning, but they weren't very intelligent. That's one reason why they prefer melee weapons. Actual firearms are too complex for them to use. That's why seeing the one who threw grenades at me surprised me. But of course, they aren't actually grenades. There's no pin to pull, no fuse to set off an explosive, just concentrated darkness.
Нет, судя по всему, записки с прошлых ранов остаются. Я думаю, эта записка должна была быть здесь раньше. То есть как раз здесь же нам гренадера при первом заходе представили впервые.
Sunrise. That's Alice's film. Ugh. Serena's probably out of her mind again. But I'm gonna need that key so I can get the power back on.
Ага, вон там записка. У тебя здесь интересно, получается, двойная мотивация. Искать записки. Ради сюжета, во-первых. Чтобы понять, что происходит. И чтобы открыть новые пушки.
To change the world, you must craft a blueprint for the new reality. Any work of art will do, as long as it's a genuine act of creation. That's what the energies of the dark place respond to. The results may be subtle and perplexing, or far-ranging and momentous. My area of expertise? The written word. gives much more precise results than music or interpretive dance would, for instance. But words can be extremely dangerous. What you define may become reality, but so can that which you imply, even if you don't realize you're doing so.
Again.
I'm really just here to get the keys so I can get the power back on.
Do you want to hold me down? It's okay. I know you like that.
Yeah, I'll just grab the keys.
I could be like your wife, little wifey, waiting at home for hubby. Or you could be the mailman, or the neighbor.
I'm already married to someone who isn't crazy, thanks. I'm just gonna go and get the power back on.
Aww.
Look, I may or may not be back. I have the access code to the booth already, so once the power is on...
You should totally come see me. We could have fun. You know.
We'll see how it goes. You should sit down or something. Try to stay calm.
I don't want to be calm. I want to be nasty. I want to be nasty with you.
Yeah, okay.
You could do anything you want. You can use my...
Let's not even go there. I was hoping that you'd remember more, but I guess that was too much to ask.
I was about to do the weather, but I see we have a caller. Hey, you're on the air with Eddie. What's up?
Hey, Eddie, it's Ricky. You talked about fate before. You think about that a lot?
Not a lot, to be honest, but I take it you do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Any conclusions you'd care to share, Ricky?
Well, we've got free will, right? That's in the Bible and everything.
Yeah, right, sure.
So free will, right? Am I right? I mean, if we can do what we want, how can there be fate? I mean, you don't know what's gonna happen next, so there's no fate. There's just people doing stuff.
Well, I don't know, Ricky. I don't suppose you have considered the possibility that we're all here in the service of a greater purpose, incomprehensible to us,
and that what we take to be freedom is nothing more than the move of a pawn on some cosmic chessboard, limited in scope, subject to the whims of unseen players,
existing only for their entertainment.
Or perhaps we're just a twisted
reflection
of actual events that can happen elsewhere. Could it be that such is life in Night Springs?
Dude, what?
Food for thought, Ricky. Food for thought.
Офигеть. Подмешалась какая-то сущность в его разговор.
Are you getting it yet, genius?
Сможет он меня так говорить, пока у меня фальшфейер, ну? Под бестолку просто так сжёг его. Там пушка какая-то. Надо глянуть, за сколько страничек она открывается. Кстати, вот сувенирный магазин, я там еще не был. О, разблокировать обрез. 30 страниц. Так, это у нас маленькое оружие. Давай испытаем. Типа дробовик вместо пистолета. Посмотрим, насколько он хорош.
The car seemed to sail through the crisp mountain air in slow motion, spinning around one axis almost lazily. The moment was hypnotic. Then it struck the pipeline in a shower of sparks, the impact turning the windshield into a burst of safety glass. As it hit the ground, I snapped out of my reverie. The car was rolling downhill, slowing down as every bump killed momentum but still coming. The fence wouldn't be enough to stop it.
Ну, под экраном еще тачка... Ой, тачка, блин. Записка лежит. Опять вы.
It's obvious that for all his power, Mr. is an agent of another greater being. The dark place he came from is full of terrible alien intelligences, dark presences, and none of them should be let loose in our world. He serves one of them. He'll open the way for them if I don't stop him. But he'll do more. He'll take over my life. He already has my face. He already uses my name. He'll become Alan Wake in every way imaginable and corrupt everything. Unless I can stop him.
А я его остановлю. Так, ну на этих не очень. Так, давай на тебя обрез испытаем. Хер тебе уловила, сраный урод. Блин, ну урон хорош. Поработать он, скорее всего, будет чисто в упор. Но урон впечатляет. Обрез берем. Там какое-то здание дальше. А, ну я ж как раз туда, да, и ходил, что включал генератор. Он же хрен знает где. Точно. Я уже и забыл, где он был расположен. Ну давай посмотрим еще представление.
Just look at her. She's really beautiful, isn't she? Your wife? Well, our wife, really. Just my wife soon. Don't worry. I'm not gonna treat her like the others. She's special. If I wanted her dead, she would be. I've been around for a while now. So talented. You haven't seen her new work, of course. Oh, it takes my breath away. Really, she's that good. Did you know that I've got a wedding ring, too? We're that similar. She's seen me a couple times, you know. I've let her catch glimpses. She thinks she's imagining things, of course. She thinks you're dead. It might as well be. I mean, even if you manage to keep surviving, you'll be in my trap forever. So I'll go to her. It'll be an amazing moment. Oh my God, you're alive. I'll be the good, loving husband for as long as I can stand it. She'll love it. And then, one day, somehow, it'll happen. Maybe I'll slip up, she spots something, or maybe she just starts running her mouth. And then, I'll do it. It's gonna be sweet.
Блин, сыграть такого мудака тоже еще надо суметь. Сейчас еще вот здесь за утесом проверим наличие записочек. Хотя, на самом деле, мне кажется, надо было это подзабить хрен на записки и собирать их в последнюю ходку. Чтобы каждый раз не бегать по этой всей территории в поисках. А, так я не был в прошлый раз.
The trap Mr. has set for me is as simple as it is impossible. Whenever I reach him, he sends me back to the beginning of the maze. It's a loop in time. I go through it only to end up where I started. There's a brutal genius to it. If I die, it's over for me. If I survive, I end up where I started. Sooner or later, the odds will catch up with me. And in the meantime, he gets to toy with me. But that's why I have a chance. He's caught in this pattern just as much as I am. I know where he'll be, and I'm prepared.
Но он как бы тоже знает, где ты будешь, и будет готов к этому. Ну, почти 40.
I have created the weapon that can put an end to this. A blueprint to a new reality. All I have to do is survive long enough to use it. My arrival from the dark place will be painful and difficult. These pages may be lost. But one way or another, I'll send the parts I really need to myself. If I make it outside, I have a chance. Mr. is more powerful than I am, but he can't change the rules in the middle of the game. He's not a creator. I am.
Он не креатор, а я да. Ну поглядим, поглядим, что ты создаваешь в итоге. О, сейчас я всех одним лучом посажу. Так, где там мой огрызок? Хорош. Мне нравится, что обрез он перезаряжает автоматически. Когда ты выстреливаешь 2 патрона. Мне нужно еще 2 записочки, чтобы открыть на следующую ходку боевой дробовик, что бы это ни было.
Like a little hamster in a wheel. Go ahead and keep running for all the good it'll do you.
Сука. Блин, они восстанавливают тьму вот эти. Шарах. Ух, красотища. Не, обрез топовая штука. А тут, по-моему, это штурмовая винтовка лежит. Но она требует 50 страниц. А, нет. Штурмовая винтовка 20 всего. Давай потестим. Эмочка. Эмочка. Блин, а что же было за 50 страниц? Я не помню уже. В каком уровне я видел ящик за 50 страниц? Еще надо патронов к эмочке взять. Так, 100 патронов на эмку дается. Ну, давай посмотрим, что она может. Блин, как же круто, что он бегать может так долго. Ну, относительно первой части долго. Тут есть какая-нибудь заначка? Тут нет заначек. Блин, зря бегал назад за патронами. Тут есть свой ящик. Где-то рядом. Ага, судя по всему, в здании. А это где-то там. На обратном пути ее возьму. Я понял. С эмочкой прям такой солидный. Серьезный мэн.
For Serena Valdivia, burning the midnight oil was more of an exception than a rule. A procrastinator and a perfectionist, she often worked when she wouldn't be disturbed. Tonight was especially important. The film festival would open tomorrow, and there was still so much to sort out. It wasn't that the work hadn't been done. She just didn't feel like she had completely mastered everything yet.
В смысле? Я так и не понял, как эта херня работает, ну да ладно. О, вот раз паучки. Ну, паучки эти херня. Паучки тупо батарейками сжигаются. Даже патрон тратить не надо. А! Вот первый раз получил урон от паука. Ауч! Током шарахнуло. Что это было? А, повылазили. Ну, давай. Будешь сюда бить, нет? Ну, как хочешь. Так, патроны полные. Где-то тут бумажка лежит. Ага, потом. 40.
The dark place is utterly hostile to human life. It eats at your mind, wants you to succumb to madness. Your own thoughts can turn against you. Every shadow conceals a threat that attacks at the slightest sign of weakness. You're under endless assault. Every day is a struggle for survival. But I've learned to take care of myself. I focus on Alice, our life together, my need to be with her. That takes me a long way in the dark place. As long as I have my gun and the flashlight.
If you die, you lose. If you quit, you lose. If you make it to the end of the loop, you still lose. Sucker.
Эти здоровяки, по-моему, ложились с 4 патронов дробовика. Что-то как-то эмочка не впечатляет по урону. Стрелять из нее прикольно, но урон какой-то прям вообще всосный. Обойму на одного врага. Серьезно? При том, что у тебя всего 4 обоймы в запасе. Не, ну мелких понятно, мелких разваливает хорошо. Так, где там этот фонтан? Вылазь. Где-то что должен вылезти в середине. Нет? Центрального в этот раз не будет? А, вот, нет. Короче, метки показывают, где они вылезут. Ай. Ударился лбом об трубу. Да, надо, короче, не тратить фальшфейеры. На первых 2 уровнях. Они вот здесь прям пригодятся. С ними значительно проще выжигать эти фонтаны, конечно. Но все равно надо сходить к девчонке-то. Я же ей обещал, что вернусь. Ни одного патрона не потратил. Кстати, надо сходить к сувенирному магазину. Там сувениры. Почему я там еще не был ни разу? Там же наверняка какая-нибудь страничка лежит. Ну да.
I have changed. I know who I am now. I know that I can write my own fate. Bright Falls taught me that. I know that indulging my weaknesses, giving in to fear and complacency will only drag me down. The dark place taught me that. I'm no Zen master. I've not attained enlightenment. But I have learned to let go of the things that I don't need. I know that without that balance within, I become my own worst enemy. Now I strive for equilibrium, and with that, I'm strong enough to get where I want.
Блин, эквилибриум это равновесие. О! Нифига себе. Какой подгончик. Ща будем тестить. Это что-то новенькое. Ай. Это что-то новенькое. Так, а ну дайте мне на ком испытать. То есть пушки можно находить не только новые именно, не только в ящиках вот этих. Но и они просто могут быть спрятаны на уровне. Понял, принял. Патронов дается. На арбалет.
It's you.
I guess you're back to normal again?
I don't know if I'm ever gonna be normal, but thanks. I know you didn't have to come back for me like this.
I couldn't just leave you like that. I'm sorry about the whole thing.
Блин, ну с арбалетом, конечно же, нелепо выглядит.
I'm not little Miss Horslut anymore. Ugh, that's just... Hey, thanks for not, you know, taking advantage.
No problem. You don't seem too weirded out even though this is happening again.
Honestly, that pales in comparison with having that thing inside my head. I mean, it's crazy, but...
I understand. I can really mess you up.
This is weird. I think what he did left something. I can feel that things are different. I just know that time's acting wrong. I don't know how to describe it. It's like I can sense it.
I'm not surprised. A close encounter with these forces, it stays with you. Changes the way you see things. Some people can't deal with that. They just lose it.
Well, it's early yet. I'm not ruling anything out.
I'm gonna go make my way into the projector booth.
Okay. Is there anything I can do? About the situation, I mean?
No. It's a trap for me. I'm gonna have to go deal with it.
Uh-huh. And you got a plan, is that it?
I think I have a chance. Yeah.
Фальшфейера тут нигде не припрятано у вас случайно? Ну нет, так нет. Ладно, пошли. Я так понимаю, меня сейчас отправят на новый круг. Всего в игре 53 страницы, я собрал 41, значит, еще один круг будет. Но страничек в целом уже немного осталось. Была же где-то какая-то пушка за 50 страниц. Где-то какой-то ящик я видел. Но уже забыл где.
The champion of light knows that the time itself is about to end. At least for him. He can feel the dead end rushing towards him. But there is time to act. Incomplete or not, he has the weapon.
I don't have the whole thing, but maybe it's enough.
Так, лет почти закончилось. Неподалеку висел постер фильма в стиле нуар. Вот, нуар. Так, время. Дата. И лампа освещала красный огнетушитель. Лампа освещала красный огнетушитель. Ага, вот лампа. Вот так. Не про канала. И давай по новому.
You're trying to be cute, aren't you? What are you up to? It's a waste of time, buddy. You should just lie down and die. Let me take over. This is the only thing you've got coming to you. From here to eternity. No matter how many times you come back.
Time folds back on itself. Again, his senses scream as the very impossibility of what is happening assaults them. But the champion of light endures. Each time he gets a little closer. Each time another detail falls into place. Now, the trap works against the Herald of Darkness.
Herald of Darkness. О, новенький.
Holy shit! What are you, the King Hillbilly?
Сколько? 5 стрел на него ушло. Ну, на нем бессмысленно пока тестировать. Я не знаю, сколько на него ушло бы патронов из другого оружия. Надо на ком-то знакомом мне. Так, стоп, я страницу не взял.
Thor and Odin Anderson, old gods of Asgard. I still don't quite know what to make of them. I know they used to be rock stars who modeled their stage personas after Norse gods. I know they're old. I know that in their day they fought the darkness as I do. I know they're demented and insane, ravaged by age and self-abuse. But there's something in them, something powerful that took hold when they were touched by the powers beyond. A thing that goes far beyond just stage names. Something godlike.
Godlike. Something godlike. Почему тьмы нет?
Right on cue, bubbling to the surface from untold depths, the horrors come. The emerging monsters do not expect the warm reception that has already been prepared for them.
О. Тут уже типа все готово, получается. Да уже заранее мне подготовили все. Спасибо тебе, девочка-автомеханик. Эй, игра, не сворачивайся. Ну прикольно, как во всех произведениях про петли времени. Когда герой начинает выполнять какое-то действие уже прям много раз, его сокращают, не показывают целиком. Ни хрена себе. Это что, шот-ван-шот? Что-то в этом есть. Ваншотный арбалет. Это уже интересно. О, опять ты. Чё, у меня есть кое-что для вас. Мимо. Ай, граната рядом. Заряжай. Не, ну блин, оружие без бабах неинтересно. Ну, конечно, мощное. Но когда оно не делает бабах, скучно. Чуть можно использовать. А, можно набрать.
It was in the fall. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning. It was the sun was just coming up. And there's this huge estate right on the Long Island Sound called the Ziegler Estate, and it's monstrous, and it has these old iron gates that have they're spiked, very, very sharp. But it's I mean, acres and acres of land. And so I'm running and I'm listening to Tosca, listening to opera. And there's a moment in Tosca where Tosca's about to stab Scarpia, okay? And it's very, very dramatic. And it's like, there's this huge duet. And so I'm running, and you can see the breath coming, you can see my breath coming. The sun is coming up, and there's this incredible scene happening. And all of a sudden, in the distance, I look, I see something that's on the fence. And as I'm running up, I realize it's a deer. And the deer has tried to jump over this fence, like 8 feet high. Tried to jump over the fence. It landed on top of the fence. It caught it in its chest, and it slid all the way down. So it had opened the deer from the chest to all the way down its stomach, and it was still alive. It was flailing, absolutely flailing. I remember just this music, and the thing was running, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Absolutely couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I couldn't get at the deer. It was on the other side, so it's like the idea of like, okay, well, you should help the deer, try to put it out his mirror. I couldn't get near it, and it was huge. It was gigantic. And so and there was like gigantic horns. I mean, it was a visual I will never, ever, ever forget. And I just remember as I was running, and just these flock of crows that were like in the trees just flying. It was the most cinematic, frightening thing I've ever seen. I just stood there. I stood there until it died. You know, and then started running home.
Не, конечно, не настолько насмотренный человек. Я подозреваю, что это тоже из какого-то фильма. Момент.
Getting the Andersons into the recording studio was a struggle and a half. But once they actually picked up the instruments, something happened. They were two old men, and they weren't. They were doddering bags of bone, and they were barely contained power. And there was music. Barry rubbed his hands together. He knew how to pick a winner. Now all they needed was some direction on how to make things a little more modern. Barry had never produced a...
Ауч. О, интересно, этих.
Not as long as I show up, I guess.
Блин, не попал. Держи, держи, держи. Ну да, ну что я надеялся. Этих не ваншотает. Хорош, обрез хорош. Так, байкер. Хочешь два ствола себе поглубже запихаю тебе? Так, ну... арбалет, ну, такой. Типа такой, средненький.
Emma wasn't sure exactly when the man arrived at the motel. But from what she could tell, the party started almost immediately. It was infectious, spreading from one room to another. He was mercurial, almost as if he was flickering through the scene, telling a joke here, throwing an insult there, oozing sex and violence and excitement. She had never seen someone like this before. He looked at her and smiled, and she felt her heart flutter a little. She knew he was the kind of man mothers warn their daughters about, but she told herself it didn't matter. So I've been thinking about Barry. I don't know what to do about him yet. I mean, I'm not gonna keep him around, that's for sure. Al? Ugh, little parasite. Your best friend.
Как он хорошо его пародирует.
Really? That's the best you can do. I actually kind of like the guy. He's a plucky little butterball. He plays the clown. That's a hard road to take. But I don't need him sticking his fat face in my business. Did you know he's been hanging out with the sheriff from that shitty little town? They keep in touch. Barry's about the only guy who insists that you're not dead. How about that?
Ну правильно, он же мой друг. Он-то верит в то, что я еще жив.
I might keep him alive for a while. Just to see him go to pieces when I fire his ass. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Хрен ты его уволишь. Я вставлю самый большой боевой дробовик тебе в задницу и нажму на спуск. Да, еще радио надо послушать.
art lovers, are you feeling neglected? You shouldn't. You know Eddie Rodman's got love for you, which is why I actually hauled myself out of bed before noon, just so I could record an interview for your pleasure. Enjoy. Now, as I'm sure you all know, the annual Night Springs Visual Art Show is coming around again, and that's a big deal for all of us that are in the culture business. If you can call it a business. That's a little controversial, I know.
Oh, that's okay. Money makes the world go around, no doubt about it.
And that's one of my guests here at the studio, Serena Valdivia. She's a curator at the Night Springs Gallery of Visual Arts, and she's in charge of the NSVA Film Festival. Held this year at the old
Это
Night
девчонка,
Springs
которая в
Hello,
кинотеатре.
Eddie. It's great to be here. And let me just say that it's a wonderful venue.
Absolutely. And with her is one of the filmmakers, somebody who's actually primarily known as a renowned photographer, Alice Wake.
Hello.
Alice,
Oh.
I've seen a lot of your work over the years. It's very impressive. My wife's a big fan, actually.
Oh, thank you.
You've gained quite a bit of fame as a photographer, but that's not why you're here, right? You actually have a film. That's a little surprising.
For me, too. I really wouldn't be here at all if it weren't for Serena.
You two are friends, I take it?
Yeah, we move in the same circles. So, about a year ago, I heard about all this footage she'd shot, and I got to see some of it, and then I started pestering her about actually putting it out there, because it was really good. I didn't really want to show it. It felt too personal.
Well, yes, I can understand that. It features your husband, and he's, well...
He's dead.
I thought he was missing.
It's been 2 years. This sounds awful, but yes, I believe he's dead. Otherwise he would have, well, you know.
Yeah, I understand. Well, hold that thought, and we'll be right back.
Я не мертв.
Yeah, thanks for saving me again. I'd hate to die before I'm scheduled to be murdered.
I guess I have you to thank for setting everything up at the oil derrick.
Yeah, well, I figured that if we were going to go over this again, we might as well try to be smart about it, huh?
I appreciate it. You took a big chance doing that. You okay?
What do you think? I've died twice. I remember everything pretty clearly now. You said I was gonna be okay.
I don't know what happened.
It's not your fault. I think one of those, what did you call them? The takers? I think they did something to the power and they got me that way.
I'm sorry.
I got the keys from the dead guy in that room. And I'm not handing them over until you do something about this. I'm sick of getting killed.
Fair enough. You seem calmer now.
I tried freaking out. It didn't do much good for me. I guess you get used to the craziest stuff.
Good for you.
Plus I figured I'd take the edge off, you know?
Mm-hmm. Those herbal supplements are pretty good, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to try to explain things to you now since you're calmer, but maybe this isn't the best time after all.
Дунула втихаря.
Yeah. Better not get all metaphysical on me now. Seriously, I'm like 2 sentences away from thinking how we could all be like atoms on God's skin or something.
Or figments of somebody's imagination?
Wow. I'm just gonna try to chill out and not think about that or getting murdered or anything, if you're cool with that.
Gotcha.
Но надеюсь, что хотя бы в этот раз нам удастся ее спасти. И надо будет в последний раз пробежаться по уровню. Давайте, спрыгивайте. У меня для вас кое-что есть, мудаки. Как вам такое? Блин, зря я Xtrfy потратил. Сам же хотел их не тратить до финального уровня. А, вот. Надеюсь, что в этот раз она хотя бы выживет. О, тут везде все загорелось, прикольно.
Okay, I really don't think they can get to the power now.
Thank you. That's a relief. Here's the keys that you needed.
Thank you.
Hey, I have to tell you, at the diner, I went there with him. The guy who looks like you, okay? I know I said that I didn't.
Yeah, I figured. Want to talk about what happened at the diner?
There was this guy from the observatory, and he just attacked the poor dude, smashed his face into the tabletop a bunch of times. It was horrible. I didn't know that he was gonna do that. I swear. And I just ran. I just left him there. I didn't even try to help.
There was nothing you could have done. It's not your fault.
Well, he's dead in that motel room now, so excuse me if I feel pretty shitty about it anyway.
You shouldn't blame yourself.
I just didn't want to get involved. I have this tendency to just drop everything and run. I don't think I'm a bad person, but I didn't even call the cops. I'm such a coward.
If you'd called the cops, we'd have dead cops. He's not human. Do you understand? It's not your fault.
But I could have tried to stop him.
Believe me, if you had, you'd be dead. You seem to be doing a little better now.
Yeah, I guess it just got easier once I got this thing off my chest. I just feel so guilty about it, especially because I didn't pick up on any of the warning signs. I just really liked hanging out with him, you know? He was smart and charming and funny and hot. The way you could be, I guess.
I guess.
What's the deal with this guy anyway? He looks like you, he uses your name. Why does he do this stuff?
I'm not sure myself. Maybe he's just evil or my dark half. He does a lot of the stuff I'm trying really hard to get away from. Things that just messed up my life.
I guess all those murders don't help either.
Yeah, I could do without the murders and the end of the world. Listen, I need to get going.
Yeah, go. I think I'm good now. I hope.
Good luck. If it all goes well, maybe this is the last time we meet like this.
God, wouldn't that be great?
Just keep those lights on, okay?
Так, что, пробежимся еще разок? Дайнер. Что, в пещеру? Все, ракетница полная. А, блин, я думал, это в этом. Опять здесь. В комнате записка будет, а она снаружи.
I have seen the darkness twist flesh into new shapes before. But encountering these giants is an extremely disturbing experience. It's as if the genre has been switched on me. There's something out of Pulp Fiction. Twice as tall as normal men and stronger than forklifts, their lumbering gait and slow-witted demeanor brings to mind some kind of mean-spirited caricature of a feeble-minded hillbilly.
Мне нравится, как, типа, у нас перевели это фермера, он говорит hillbilly. Деревенщина. Надо было перевести как деревенщина. Блин, я туда не зашел. Ну, вроде записок там нет. Ладно, давай пробежимся сейчас по-быстрому по локации. Поглядывая на радар. Хочу собрать все записки за одно прохождение. Сколько у меня их сейчас? Одна, короче, да, еще где-то одна записка есть на этой карте. Ага, фальшфейеры уже не лезут. Так, закрыт. Но я подозреваю, что все-таки в закусочной будет последняя записка. Самое такое заметное и значимое здание, помимо основного вот этого с гаражом. Нет, не здесь. Как так? Мы где тогда? Где-то еще одна записка есть. Вопрос где? Так, ну это уже про карты. О, одной страницы не хватает. Ой, идите вы все в попец. Так, если не в закусочной, то где? Просто где-то в поле на камне лежит. Благо, тут хотя бы метателей нет, которые дико раздражали в оригинале. Так, ну тоннель закрыт. Может там она была, просто я ее... А, нет, не сильно-то и закрыт. Закрыт так для виду. Но тут ее тоже нет. Может там, где обрушилась эта вышка? Стена. Сука, мимо. Ай. Да, короче, задолбал. Обрез не промахивается, по крайней мере. Нефтекачки. Тут тоже нету. Неужели я ее как-то это пролюбил? И она все-таки исчезла при перезапуске петли. Обидно будет. Пролюбить, блин, одну записку. Неужели я правда ее пролюбил? Блин, локация не такая уж и маленькая, как казалось вначале. Сейчас еще разок в сторону сгоревшей вышки сбегаю. Может, там где-то осталось. Все-таки, когда тут все взрывалось, я отсюда быстро сваливал. Может быть, здесь, в самом начале где-то просрал. Ага, отсюда уже нельзя вернуться. О, вот она. Нашлась, родимая. С той стороны. Да, вот здесь.
The Anderson brothers should probably have been in a facility somewhere, despite their tendency to escape from such places. It could be argued that they had no business being on tour, considering their condition. Their lives mostly revolved around the laundry list of ailments and their endless quest for liquor. But Barry Wheeler managed them now. And whatever else they might say about Barry, he knew how to make things happen. And honestly, it wasn't like the Andersons were the most difficult clients he ever had.
Все, погнали в обсерваторию. Ее дочищать будем.
The fate of countless individuals hangs in the balance. threatened by the machinations of the Herald of Darkness. And yet, for a moment, the champion of light breathes a little easier. He has saved one life. For this moment, it is enough. And soon, perhaps, he can put an end to this. Returning to the observatory for what he hopes is the final time, the man feels anticipation and dread in equal measure. Soon, he knows, he will have what he needs.
Так. 3 страницы. Пошли назад, сходим, посмотрим, может тут тоже есть. Нет ничего.
Hello, I was expecting you. I've already taken care of the imaging array, but you should still look into securing the primary coolant flow. With some luck, you may be able to light the area before these things even show up.
Не получилось осветить площадку до того, как они появятся. Да, пожалуй, я возьму дробовик вместо арбалета. У арбалета, конечно, есть свои приколы. Именно очень мощный урон. Да блин, я ж свечу на них. Какого хера? Ладно. Но дробовик, мать его, есть дробовик. Отстань от меня, не надо на меня так угрожающе идти. Бля, у меня батарейки кончились. Хорош. Еще не все. Что по радио скажем?
Now, Alice, we were talking about your husband, Alan Wake. Is that a sore subject for you?
Well, a little bit. Of course it is. The way I see it, we had our good times and our bad times, and on the whole, we had a lot of good times. He really made me happy. I don't mind being reminded of him.
So you're over him?
I don't know if I'll ever be that, entirely. I still think about him every day. Literally. I still find myself hoping for... Well, sometimes I think I see him just standing somewhere, watching me. I think most people who lose someone they love experience things like that. But on the whole, I'm doing all right. 2 years is a long time to adjust, and I'm not really the type to wallow in the negative.
Well, I know there are a lot of stories about Alan. He seemed to have something of a wild streak.
That's not really what our show is about, though. Look, all that stuff really gets blown out of proportion. He had his problems, but it's really frustrating for me because people like to talk. They love to tell these crazy stories, and they never really knew him at all.
Well, the character he created, Alex Casey, is a household name. The books still continue to sell. There's been talk of a TV series, a movie, a video game. Must be nice to know that his work is still being appreciated by so many readers.
Yes, of course, but I don't really deal with the business side. I leave that to Alan's agent.
That would be Barry Wheeler? Actually, I just interviewed him. He's currently in the music business.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also Alan's best friend. You two keep in touch?
We talk regularly. Like I said, he handles the business side. I think we should talk about her film.
Yes, of course, you're right. I'm Eddie Rodman, talking to Alice Wake and Serena Valdivia, and we'll be right back.
Ну, по крайней мере, она не забыла его и до сих пор любит. Это радует.
Very good. I believe we're ready to look into the sky.
Right there, Doctor.
Так, эта херня закрыла мне проход в ту сторону. А если там страница? Так, сейчас пойдем заберем боевой дробовик, что бы это ни значило. И нужно найти еще 3 листка. Ё-моё, сколько их. Так, в целом у нас я могу шмальнуть разок с ракетницы, наверное. Да, арбалет его, конечно, хорошо брал. В отличие от других пушек. Ну да, иметь 2 дробовика — это плохая на самом деле идея.
The film noir poster reminded me of Alex's case.
Это понятно.
This act of creation is exhilarating and frightening. Subtext and symbols loom eager to take effect. Causality and consequence become domino chains that stretch into infinity. The more fundamental the change, the more unpredictable the variables become. Reality is too complex to control completely. Ordinary questions become meaningless. Who created who? What is really real? Everything is as real as everything else. You learn to let go of the things you can't control and go with the flow, or go instead.
Так, ну по сути одна записка осталась. То есть мне надо найти еще 2, но одной из них будет последний фрагмент кода, который мы раздобудем из телескопа. Так что именно листик осталось найти 1. Ой, да не пошел бы ты, блин. Надо закинуть вот такую штуку. А их к ней не подпускайте, иначе они, блядь, опять поделятся. Блин, ровно 8 патронов на типа. Весь магазин дробовика уходит на одного. Офигеть, она крепкая. Ага, вот это последняя страничка. Да, новая реальность, фрагмент.
The man
Ну,
before
это мы
Dr.
раздобудем
Meadows
уже
was
в телескопе.
handsome and slick. He moved with lazy confidence and didn't bother to pretend that he wasn't staring at her. She didn't mind, at first. Then the man flicked open the knife and shoved her out of the control room so she wouldn't hear the signal, whatever it was. Outside, she pulled her lab coat closed and thought about running. She didn't. She didn't think she'd get very far. Not from him. She never wasn't.
Потому что она клевая. Поэтому он ее и пощадил, потому что она горячая. Горячая докторша в халатике. Поверх короткого черного платья. Еще и рыжая. Конечно, я тоже ее пощадил.
This is what you look like. Does that bother you? I bet it does. I'm not just wearing your face, you know. It goes a lot deeper than that. There's a lot of you and me. All the best parts. At first, I was just an idea. But they kept telling all those stories about you. You already had that rep. And then you disappeared mysteriously. And then the stories about bad, crazy Alan Wake came true. And here I am. That's the best part, isn't it? When that happens, you can always count on Cauldron Lake. I'm just as real as you are. And I'm the improved version. No fears, no doubt, no weaknesses, no self-deception here. I don't let anything drag me down. I know you like I know myself. I know it bothers you that I'm like this, that I use your name, crawl my way into your life. But I only do it because I'm better at being you than you ever were.
Ну, хрен знает. Зато нормальный Alan Wake предпочитает огнестрел. Всяким ножичком. О, да, ну стой, мудак. Сука. Блин, а я могу идти назад? Вопрос в том, смогу ли в принципе. Там дробовик остался, который я не взял. Бля, кстати, до патронов ты не добежал. Значит, переходим на обрез. О, да. Даже не читался. Воу, что-то сильно много. Ловите подарочек. Ух. Я был неправ. Флешка ваншотит и физическую форму тоже.
That's just rude. Are you all right?
I'll live.
I'm glad. I'll send the lift down to you. I remember our
Бля,
previous
как?
encounters very clearly now. But technically, if this really is a loop in time, we've never met before.
Просрал
I
дробовик.
don't know why our awareness persists, but it's bloody fascinating.
Сука. А меня уже не выпустят наружу, да? Блин, а можно как-то это? Ой. Нет, нельзя. А можно как-нибудь загрузить все куда-нибудь? Я хочу попробовать дробовик. Режим истории. Переиграть сцену. Шмарный. Акт 3. Завершение. Ну, я так понимаю, это весь... Это всю обсерваторию переиграть. Ну, в целом, это херня.
Returning to the observatory for what he hopes is the final time, the man feels anticipation and dread in equal measure. Soon, he knows, he will have what he needs.
Hello, I was expecting you. I've already taken care of the imaging array, but you should still look into
Ага,
securing the
класс, у
primary
меня...
coolant flow.
Нифига нет.
luck, you may be able to light the area before these things even show up.
Эти пистолеты, все.
Thanks for tuning in for the second part of our interview with Serena Valdivia and award-winning photographer Alice Wake. Now, Alice, we were talking about your husband, Alan Wake.
Ну ладно, хрен с ним. Копил ракетницу всю игру. Блин, а базовый пистолетик-то не так плохо.
Very good. I believe we're ready to look into the sky.
Right there, Doctor.
Не закрывай своих дружков. Сколько, интересно, у него пуль с пистолета уйдет. Одна обойма. Вторая. Так, 30. 34 пули мало. Это спас 15. То есть это автоматический дробовик. Давай сейчас на них как раз испытаем. Неплохо. Очень неплохо. Жаль, конечно, что только на очень короткой дистанции. Надо чуть-чуть это. Пробежаться, возможно, раздобыть каких-то покруче осветительных приборов. Гранат, фальшфейеров может раздобыть. Ага, вот то, что надо. Что там же замес будет. Мне, конечно, еще ракетницу бы к финалу этой игры, но хрен с ним. Справимся и так как-нибудь. Я помню в Маскараде вампиров Спас 15 тоже такую грязь творил. Буду считать, что посмотрели. Прикол в том, что вот здесь боеприпасы для ракетницы есть, а самой ракетницы у меня нет. Ай-яй-яй, да какого хера? Сейчас по-другому. Ай! Чуть не туда. Ладно. Еще один. Блин, ну не только скорострельность, но урон тоже хорош, на самом-то деле. Примерно такой же, как у того дробовика. Я думал, за счет того, что он автоматически урон порежет для баланса, но нифига. Ну, то есть, по сути, я пожертвовал ракетницей и обрезом ради этого дробовика, решив переиграть. Сука! Ай-яй, все, нажми. Да, это здесь получается. Где этот мудак гренадер? Ай-яй-яй, я понимаю же. Ой, прошу прощения. А, батарейки кончились. Все, финал песни.
There, I have it. But I wish these things would stop blatantly violating the laws of physics in my observatory. That's just rude. Are you all right?
I'll live.
I'm glad. I'll send the lift down to you.
Хотелось бы мне, чтобы эти ублюдки перестали хладнокровно нарушать законы физики в моей обсерватории.
We've never met before. I don't know why our awareness persists, but it's bloody fascinating.
Еще ругается.
Doctor?
You know, I know physicists who would give 15 years of their lives for a chance to experience something like this.
I'd imagine that being stalked by horrible axe murderers would curb their enthusiasm a little.
Clearly you've never met hardcore physicists.
I'm glad you're in such good spirits, but...
The signal! Yes, it's completed.
Finally. If all goes well, this should be the last time we go through the loop.
You know, I just realized that I don't have any memory of what happens after you leave. What does that mean?
I don't think it means anything. If everything goes well, you just keep going. I don't show up here like this again, no more bad guys. Things go back to normal.
Let's hope you're right. I'd love the opportunity to look into this in more detail.
Looks like you've accepted the situation.
I'm a pragmatist. If this is a delusion, at least my first psychotic episode is anything but boring. Really, Mr. Wake, at the end of the day, I'm a scientist. I love mysteries. I love not knowing. Whatever else this might be, it's absolutely fascinating. I wonder how far this reaches. Is everybody in the world experiencing this?
Who knows? I think reality's probably pretty fragile right now. Doctor, I can see you're very enthusiastic about this. I'd appreciate a bit of discretion.
Are you suggesting that we should suppress this?
No. You can do what you like, but I want you to leave me out of it.
But surely, with the things you know, the things you've experienced, you can replicate any of these results. We could—
Let me be blunt. If you drag me into this, I'll deny everything. I'll lie like my life depended on it. And writers are damn good liars. Word of advice. This is things man was not meant to know territory. You get into this, chances are you'll open up a door into a world of hurt. Believe me, I know.
I see.
In a strange way, he feels at ease. He is armed with his own words, and when the time comes, they will be enough or they will not. For now, he's content to let the currents take him toward the final confrontation. Once more, we return to the drive-in. If he's aware of the absurdity of arming oneself with a few sentences and standing against a power that can pierce time itself, he doesn't show it. The man
теперь
has his
другое
share
место
of
приехал.
weaknesses, perhaps more, but cowardice is not
Теперь
among
начинаем с другой точки. Потом страничек. 4 штуки не хватает. Еще по-хорошему бы, конечно, ракетницу где-нибудь найти.
Oh, you got yourself a little plan, do you?
А, 12 патронов не хватает. Ладно, ловите флешку, друзья. Хорош. Раскидал всю толпу. По красоте. Так, готовимся к финальной битве. Блин, мне кажется, типа меня глючит, или это реально? Я где-то видел сундук. Ну, в смысле, это чемодан с пушкой на 50 страниц. То есть, чисто теоретически, если я его где-то и мог видеть, то только на этом уровне, потому что 50 страниц можно получить только здесь. Ладно, пусть эти хмари делятся тут. Их отстреливать мелкими. Надо уровень хорошо обследовать. Я думаю, надо пока не включать питание. Надо побегать по территории. А то сейчас питание включишь, тут начнется электричество, оно мне все ограничит. Все передвижения. А оно мне надо? Правильно, оно мне не надо. Так, тут уже вроде бы везде побывал. Ага, чтоб я поменял автоматический дробовик на эту херню. Угу, вот теперь на третий раз я понял, как это работает. В смысле, не будете взрывать? Ай! Да ты, сука. Ну, чуть не проскочил. Похилиться и сохраниться. А, что, я тут не могу пройти, что ли? Зачем мне обязательно через электричество лезть? А, завалило, я понял. Значит, все-таки надо лезть через электричество.
Never getting out of this wake, never! Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife and your life!
Ух, ёб, двое таких. Кинул. Так, еще 4 записки. Не хватает. Ага, тут что у нас? Штурмовая винтовка. Нет, штурмовая винтовка неинтересна. Блин, мне реально глючит, что ли? Я же, кажется, я видел ящик. 50 страниц, только я не помню уже, что там было. Ага, там наверху есть страничка. Прилетел на пас. Нет, 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 не сдай меня. Так, 2 странички уже нашел. Тут одна и там одна. Из 4 уже неплохо. Так, 50.
When the dark man's eyes suddenly locked into Serena's, she flushed hot. They ignited a black fire in her. He was talking. He wanted the power turned off. He said something about the projector booth. She hooked a finger under his belt buckle. He grabbed a hold of her throat and twisted until it hurt. Somewhere deep inside, a part of her screamed in paralyzed horror, but the moan that escaped from her throat had no panic in it. "Pay attention," he said. "Business first." His eyes glittered shamelessly. Hers did too.
You think whatever it is you're gonna do is gonna make a difference? This'll end up just like before!
Так, опять патроны как ракетница без самой ракетницы. Неудобненько. Где страница?
There's more to fighting the Taken than just burning away the darkness that protects them. When I'm fighting for my life, I find myself slipping into a state of intense concentration that makes the beam of my flashlight seem more powerful and focused. I used to think it was just my imagination, something brought on by the adrenaline and fear of death. But now I'm not so sure. I've been touched by powers that I can't begin to truly comprehend. And they...
Да, 2 осталось. И я хочу найти долбанный ящик с пушкой. Последний. Если он вообще существует. И я не перепутал 40 страниц с 50. Нет, судя по всему, вон он. Хотя, сейчас поглядим. Может, это и не он. А, это 30. Обрез. Да, в целом обрез, наверное, можно взять. Но, видимо, все-таки нету здесь пушки на 50. Это меня приключило.
I held the film canister in my hands. I saw her name written across it in big letters, followed by the title. It was a time capsule, moments snatched from times gone by, from a past that I hoped could also be our future. It was my salvation, our chance to be together. A tin can with a bit of magic in it that she didn't even know about. Something I could put to good use. There were only moments left before I had to face him.
Так, осталась одна записка. Не найденная на этом уровне. Ага, вот она вот здесь. Вот она, вот она.
The clothes I wear now I shaped from dreams and memories. It's an old outfit, originally from the 90s. The last time I wore it was when I was still writing and Alice and I took a vacation in the desert before our troubles began. The night before, we'd been at a party, and I had dressed to the nines. On that lazy day, I put on these old clothes, worn and comfortable. Alice made a joke about grunge. I felt a little embarrassed, but I stuck with them. We were very happy. I'm sheathed in good memories to remind myself of what is at stake.
Hello, folks, and welcome to the third part of our pre-recorded interview with Serena Valdivia and renowned photographer Alice Wake. So, tell me about the film.
It's called Sunrise, and it really wasn't something I ever thought of as an actual film. It was just footage, things I saw and happened to shoot. It's not a medium I'm very much at home with.
You shouldn't put yourself down. You've got a great eye.
Maybe, but experience is another thing.
Because you're primarily a still photographer.
Yes, exactly. So I'm really used to thinking of the world in terms of snapshots. I frame something and try to pick the right moment, and then reveal that moment to people. Moving images are a different story. I'm still learning a lot about it, to be honest.
So, this is a new thing for you?
Or maybe I'm just a slow learner. But showing it like this is definitely a new step for me. It's a little weird taking something this intimate and showing it to everybody. Not that the material itself is somehow shocking. It's just that those were private moments.
But that's why it works, because it feels genuine. It's not so much a story as it is a sort of an echo, showing us how you saw your husband at the time. It's not really about the sunrise itself or Alan watching it. It's about you two together.
I suppose. It's funny, looking at it now, especially now that it's been edited like that. It takes on a life of its own, almost. It's a kind of a fantasy.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, you're right. I'm glad you talked me into it.
Oh, hey.
I'm hoping I can put an end to this now.
You'd better. I really don't want that to happen to me again. It's like somebody vomited in my brain, like a sleazy movie that keeps looping in my head.
I'll stop this, I swear.
You know the part that's really screwed up? If you mess it up, it'll just keep happening forever, right? I don't think I can deal with that.
Don't think about that.
I don't think of anything but.
Hey, afterwards, when all this is done, look me up. This thing, I can probably help you deal with it.
I don't know. It's almost like I'm not even in the same world anymore. Everything's just weird now.
Yeah, I know. A lot of that'll pass with time. But being touched by the darkness, it's rough on you. It's a lot to process. And I just don't want you to get completely screwed up by this.
Might be a little late for that, to be honest.
Yeah, well, there's degrees. At least you're not at a point where you go around picking fights with people over not changing their light bulbs often enough.
What?
Never mind. All I'm saying is, you're not alone with this. And anyway, you're friends with Alice, so, you know, any friend of hers.
Thank you.
Again, the champion of light enters the final trap. The new reality is almost here. All he needs to do is change the details of the scene, push it past the breaking point, and the rest will snap into place.
Oh, come on, buddy. Why don't you... What? What is this? No! No! You can't do this! All I did was take the things you always wanted and never had the balls to go for. It's my turn now. It's my life. It's my life.
Alan? Is it really you?
It's really me.
How? I love you.
I love you.
A woman, a man, two lovers, held apart for far too long, enveloped in the light of a glorious dawn. They both feel it. He's home at last. Are these actual events, or merely a dream? A memory, or a glimpse of what is to come? One thing is certain. This scene takes place in another time and another place, far, far away from Night Springs.
Ну, хоть какая-то игра серии заканчивается хорошо.
You know it feels nice watching the sun come up, and I've realized I can never return. Oh, baby, it feels good watching the sun come up. I can attack the day with the will to burn, and the sky is a picture of violence, blood red and steely blue. It has beauty that can never be silenced. Oh yeah, it reminds me of you. And if you're broken down, lying face on the ground, it's too late. For I've seen it all as the shadows fall when the dawn breaks. I could never be beyond repair. I could never be beyond repair. Watching the sun come up, and my hands, they are shaking, whilst my feet, they cannot turn. It's all making sense. I'm finally taking each day with the will to burn.
Короче, все это был сон собаки. А точнее, сон Борялина. Офигеть. Я сразу этого не понял. Типа арбалет бьет сквозь тьму. Пробивает насквозь. Винтовка тоже штурмовая. Видеоклип. Ладно. Все, будем на сегодня закругляться. Дальше я, наверное, даже не знаю. Так-то я прохожу контрол, по идее. Но прохожу я его вроде как для себя, поэтому я уже где-то на середине, наверное. И вот, не знаю, имеет ли смысл стримить игру с середины. Ну, попробуем, я думаю. А там видно будет. Подбираемся потихоньку к Алану Вейку 2. Все, всем спасибо, всем пока, да увидимся.